Boom. Although I appear to have an echo. Give me 1 second while I try to figure that out. Boom. Although I appear to have an echo. Give me 1 second while I try to figure that out. Okay, hopefully that's killed it. I had way too many tabs open, and one of them was running this stream. So, yes. That was not ideally. It was just going to it was going to keep replaying into itself endlessly. So, as you can tell, I am a little tired, but caffeine is going to help. So, let's now what's the I guess the man Shannon. I was going to ask the chat like what's the man Shannon thing about, but I guess it's just because Shannon's usually a female name is what people are going with. I was like, is there something about that? I don't know. So, we have a whole interesting stream today. This I'm kind of nervous because people were like, will you do the other half of the Burgess thing blind too? And I was like, I guess. I guess we'll do that. And then of course, when I started with like, hey, we'll do that, I kind of figured that I was that I kind of figured that maybe he'd take like half the day, but no, he took most of the day. And we're going to not really look at the other person who comes after him because she, I think that was Hanley. She just basically testifies, hey, I'm a glass analyst and I'm going to get to saying that this glass is a match, but she gets cut off for time because the judge wanted to end early and probably because, yeah. So I don't know what's happened today. I haven't seen it. I've gotten some vague spoiler-ish comments off of Twitter, but I don't really have context or anything along those lines. So we're going to jump in. We're going to see what's going on here. Somebody asked, Runkle, do you need anything for the base camp? And I guess I was just going to buy it, but I had folks ask, so I put some things on my wish list. And yeah, they're not really big things. They're like things like, they're just sort of minor things. But I had somebody ask, don't feel obligated. I just had somebody ask. So I'll drop the wish list. And there we go. All right. Yeah, the what is it? The wish list is, just some fairly minor things like a better better pepper mill and salt shaker. I need this recap. Hubby had a mild stroke. I hope he's okay. So I need to take my mind off things for a bit. Love you, Runkle. I really hope that I hope that that all of that works out. Rick Hogue had maybe I guess not so minor, but yeah. Am I going to pour a concrete pad under the camper? I hadn't been planning on it, but we'll see. If the camper starts to sink, we will we'll have to do it. So, all right. Let's pull this up and let's do this. There we go. And here we go.
Good morning.
Coyote vests. I didn't have them on the list, but maybe I should look at them.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
I'm just gonna say this guy's he's a brave guy because he's back.
I might have been inclined if I was him to, I don't know, go and like find another vocation and another place to live and like move into the woods and pretend I was a rock, just cover yourself in moss and then just be like, no, I'm a rock. That's it. Oh wow, these coyote vests are pretty hardcore. They're all like spikes and stuff. Well, I'll have to decide if that's something we want or if we want a dog snuggling us with spikes. Okay, so here we go.
Your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear you?
No, if I misheard your question, it was
I asked about.
He said, no, you didn't embarrass me about those yet. He's thinking of the places where he was embarrassed, not the places where there were questions asked. And so he's like, that's not correct. You haven't humiliated me on that yet. Is it really the same suit? I saw some commentary about, same suit and so forth. I don't have any issue with it being the same suit. This guy almost certainly had to travel for this. He almost certainly had to, I don't have any concern with that. Like, if I was coming out for, something like this, if I was testifying for 3 days, I'd probably just pack one suit. So, I'm not going to throw shit at him for the one suit thing.
Certifications. I'll repeat it, sir, in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you...
That's him specifically throwing shit at Brennan. He's like, so, this Brennan guy, he's totally misleading you or misleading the jury, right? He's totally trying to convince the jury that that you are better at this than you are, right? So, yeah, that's totally throwing shit at them. So, I appreciate that because it's the kind of petty that I totally would be. So, yeah,
did not bring up your educational background at all.
Correct.
On direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think that would be equally important in both, but yes.
But there's
no. I mean, you want to be like 100% accurate on everything, right? But if you're ever going to make a fuck up, you want it to be in a civil case, because in a civil case, at the end of the day, someone's out money, and it might be a whole pile of money, right? If you think of the Johnny Depp trial, whole pile of money. Yes. So, but that's not the same as going to jail for the rest of life. So, yeah. And I just noticed this. Marvin CZ, this will be another long one, but I'm sure it'll be awesome. Shannon Burgess's testimony is the gift that keeps on giving. It is indeed. So, yep.
certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter. as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Woe, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Woke? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct. They
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12?
So, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I've said that, a couple of times in the past. Every time he says your analysis, the thing that leaps to mind is your analysis. That's what my brain hears every time he says that is your analysis, because of course I end up dealing with a lot of your analysis cases, right? Where the issue is, did your client pee hot? So, yeah, it's a whole thing. It's, yeah.
25:01 a.m. I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01. Correct.
I'm sorry. Thank you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolf. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created,
Thank
here,
you. I
Ms.
did
Reed's
nothing to
vehicle
it.
was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this time stamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct? Objection. Objection.
Let me have this.
Okay. Is your analysis down to...
Wait, what?
5:30 timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
So he says objection, like the judge didn't hear him the first time. Of course the judge would have heard him. He stood up. He said the thing. It's, yeah. Okay.
Let me have this.
Okay.
And then the judge says, I'll let him have this. for the judge who keeps saying that, you can't have speaking objections even to the extent of objection hearsay, you can't, she likes to throw a lot of shade in terms of her answers. I'll let him have this. Seriously? Ugh. Do we have captions? We might have captions. Okay, here we go.
Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct, yes, it is January 30th, yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this.
I don't know. I kind of feel like, so basically he's saying he's got the date wrong. I'm like, this might be chasing shadows here. I don't know that this is necessarily going to land in a big way. He's, I guess, fishing to see if this expert will give us a better response. But yeah.
These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No, so these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
So basically, I mean, the best you can get out of this is showing that the expert is being a little sloppy, a little careless, a little casual with things, but you're not going to win on this. You're not going to win on this. However, yeah, I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not really going to be a big thing. So,
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your
yes, it is incorrect. You just got to acknowledge how it's incorrect, my dude. So let's talk a little bit about let's talk a little bit about sort of trial strategy, trial issues, trial. So sometimes you got a shitty issue, right? Sometimes you've got a bad issue. Sometimes you've got a weak issue. And sometimes the only way to turn that issue, the weak issue, into a good issue, a much stronger issue, is to get an expert who is who's gonna fuck around with it, who's not going to do the who's not going to admit when he's fucked up. He's not going to whatever. He's going to dodge and weave and so forth. And that's kind of what we're looking at here. And so it's like, well, you like this expert really needs to learn that he can just say, yes, that's incorrect. Like that I got that wrong. I got the date wrong, but the timing is correct. It's just, it's got the wrong day. You could sort of disarm the lawyer like that. And he's not doing that. He's instead really doubling down, and it's not going to help him at all. So, yep.
Discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And
I've been told that I'm supposed to let you guys know I wasn't late. There was just a time variance.
do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All is stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Stop shuffling in the page. Or stop shuffling right next to the thing.
I'm at moment. Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
The BBB ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay. Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation?
So what he's doing here, what the purpose of all of this is that he's getting it in so that it can be admitted into evidence, right? So you got to go through all of this. You can't just be like, here's the thing that you made, so off it goes. He's got to do this step.
Of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see what's happening?
So he wants the whole report in because then, otherwise you normally can't get the whole report in. It's somebody saying, can this closed captioning be moved out of the center of the screen? Yes, I had it up high because, don't focus on them.
I offer, continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your
I
Honor,
had
at
it up high
this time,
because there was stuff.
I
down there.
offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
So, as I mentioned before, when they're doing for identification, it gets lettered. So it goes A through Z and then AA through, and now they're into BBB apparently. So they're going through a lot of exhibits.
189. Thank you.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am representing to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to, once again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Why are the offsets different? Shouldn't, like... I'm not understanding this, and it might be because I'm dumb, or it might be because this case is dumb. But let's say I take two clocks, and these are modern clocks. We're not talking like, you know, some wind-up antique bullshit. We're talking about modern, you know, quartz down, like keeps things down to, you know, loses a second every 10 years. So if I have this clock and I have this clock and this one's 30 seconds faster, I don't expect it to wander over 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 8, 16, or 21 over the course of an evening. Like, is the infotainment system on crack? Apparently he explains this later. Okay. This just seems weird to me. It feels weird.
8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is
That's a really smooth way of saying no. He's like, I'm just going to continue. And if Mr. Brennan has issues, he will raise them later. But I think you should just shut up. Yeah. The thing is you usually in this position, you don't want an explanation from the witness, right? You just want the answer they've given, and that's it. Because the more you let them explain, the more they're going to sort of bullshit their way out of it. And yeah, here you want the answer. So
simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5/21 12:36 a.m. and 5:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want to use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slide's fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 11:62 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
That, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You, we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus.
So when he's talking about the lock event, I assume he's referring to the issue of the phone being manually locked, right? Manually, shut off. Now that's an important time frame because that is something that John O'Keefe has to have done personally, right? It's not something that happens accidentally. It's not something where the phone automatically manually locks. So this is kind of the most critical time frame because it's not something that John O'Keefe's going to do after he's hit by the vehicle, right?
Clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with your honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can.
Also, I put a goal for a warm beer because I forgot to put my beer in the fridge after last stream, and I'm like, crud.
Go back to an enlarged Dr. Welcher's slide.
Yeah, this is another thing. Or a third party could lock the phone. The problem for the Commonwealth is that if a third party locked the phone, then Karen Reid is innocent. So if the jury thinks a third party locked the phone, then yeah, that's not good for them.
That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last.
Your colleague, the licensed engineer, the guy who, how long did it take him to get that engineering licensure? I'm guessing it was less than 17 years.
Last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically?
Typically? Like, it's not typically. It's yes, it does require this.
Or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do
that.
you see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's the? Oh, I guess they're objecting that he's testifying to it. Okay. All right, I guess.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
Wait, what?
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Why? What? Okay. Why not? Why not?
You believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you understand? If we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Woke. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Do you understand that? Give him like 13, 14 years and he'll probably be able to understand that. While they're sidebarring, let's cover some super chats here. Rainman, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Light Queen, thank you, 10 gifted memberships. Megan B, woohoo. Jerf says that was just extra boom spilling over you from yesterday's madness. Fair. Technically, Hank is a weasel. The wizard is here to lead us on another eagle quest. Yes. Phoenix says, can't wait to hear your thoughts on LOL. Eddie Martinez, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Zed, Turtle Boy, named them Man Shannon and Judd the Chud. Okay. Young Black Economist, Oprah as a BA. Hank lies about African Americans. I haven't gotten there yet. So I've seen stuff about what you're talking about. But I haven't gotten there yet. Casey Cat, my bet is he served his pink slip. Now he's done. I don't think he's getting fired until after this trial. He might get fired after this trial, but he won't get fired in the meantime. Andrea Wallace, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Q squared, Runkle, it's about to get wild. We at Uncivil had a ball. You will too. Okay. Q squared, thank you for the new membership. Casey Cat, closed captions always spell it out as your analysis every time. That's how my brain does it too. Q squared, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I'll embiggen myself a little bit here while we wait. It's Bree. As a vet tech, when we collect urine via needle syringe, we say urine once in the bladder. Sounds like urine, so I only hear urinalysis. Lol. Casey Cat, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Joy W, one of these errors or typos might be no biggie, but all of these things adding up equals no credibility. If I'm on the jury, honestly, I've stopped listening to this guy. I'm just like, I don't believe a single thing he has to say, but yeah. Light Queen, he doesn't recognize that he's got the wrong date. It takes him a while to clue in. Al dente, look at the lawyer sitting. ADA? Okay. Vomit Fountain, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Gwynny Bly, still waiting for proof of collision. Did I miss it? They're trying to get there, but experts are boring. Al dente, that ADA sitting by the door stage right. I'll try to watch for them. Lucy, they didn't compare with Karen Reed's iPhone 2. Third data point would be a good improvement in all this. I just don't understand how they say that this timeline, like that the variance wanders back and forth over the course of the night. It seems to me that seems more like they're trying to cover for something inconvenient. Q squared, Brennan pushed so hard for no voir dire, so now he's going to get it in front of the jury. Yeah, except if he'd had a voir dire, this witness might not have gone in at all. Charlie Raven, still hanging with Mr. Runkle. Glad to see you. 33 months. Awesome. Cajun Band Mom. I was like, how do I reconcile all those letters? Thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Johnny O, Buddy can got absolutely demolished and ruined his career on cross by Bob Alessi on his CV. And that part would be true. Eminem65, thanks for always giving us your time, Runkle. Thanks for the free membership I received yesterday that wasn't from me, that was from someone else. So, but I'm sure they would say you're welcome. Mick of Time says at least he didn't sweat on the stand. I think he probably sweat. Eddie Martinez, unadjusted beer fund. Thank you. DSN, I wanted to give credit to our great mods. The mods are great. I really appreciate the heck out of them. Canonical Heat, not my trial cup of tea, but hoping everyone else is enjoying. Canonical Heat, hopefully there will be other trials. They're different ones, appeal to different people. Canonical Heat says, who tampered with my space-time continuum? Vomit Fountain, supporting the goal because these recaps have been delightful, not because I want you to drink warm beer. Please have a more delicious beverage. The beer's probably okay. It's just not ideal. Is Shannon the one who will go against the ARCA people, or will it be someone else? Judd Welcher is also going to go against them, but he's part of it. So
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just wanted Mr. Woke just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a tech stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According to
And that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8th, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I need to be heard on this as well.
Right.
Of course you do. Of course you need to be heard on this. He's like, I need to be heard. Oh, yeah, you need to be heard on everything. Great. All right, let's get to additional super chats here. And we've hit our goal here. Alessi's fantabulous lexicon. When Alessi's voice gets that soft, gently inquiring tone, it's too late. You're already dead. That, yeah. Billy's Momzilla. I feel bad for the date. Best from Quebec. Why a warm beer? Cold is better, in my opinion. I would have a cold one if I had a cold beer. I just don't. They're all, yeah. By the way, today was not a complete annihilation, just a mild one. Yesterday, they got a complete annihilation. So, yeah. Aussie J, here for the laughs and the education. Thanks, Ian. Thank you. 1202 is your friend. Has anyone checked in to see if he isn't actually 2 10-year-olds in a trench coat? No, because 2 10-year-olds in a trench coat would have had their degree by now. Greg, the lawyer sitting next to the podium, is the one who argued for the Commonwealth during the SJC motion to voir dire the jury, dismiss counts 1 and 2. Okay. Interesting. Shay B should see the picture posted of Alessi today. The man is ripped. Nikki Lewis reports Welcher up in the AM out of orders. Fun times. Okay, interesting. This dude, I lie about everything badly, and the time is schizophrenic. So convict Karen. What absolute nonsense is this? I think you've described it. Heather Horn, thank you for your insight on this fiasco. Free Karen Reed and FTB. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Free Turtle Boy. Gotcha. All right. John's been sent way back, or sorry, Paul's been sent way back to the corner. What do you think about Alessi continually calling Welcher a licensed engineer over and over again? He's still an opponent. How will that look when Alessi's trying to dismantle Welcher? We'll see. I don't know what his strategy is with Welcher yet. So,
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Burgess. Sir. I'm going to present to you two documents, each of which is marked.
Stop making fun of him for not completing the degree. You never know what he has going on. Criticizing him for lying is another story. If he didn't want to be criticized on this, don't put it on your resume. Like if shit comes up and you blow your degree and you can't do it, then don't put it on your resume. But when you put it on your resume, people are going to criticize you. And the other thing is, this guy's here as an expert. And when he's as an expert, then he's got to, he's got to actually back that up, right? And he's got to actually, like, his credentials are essential. They do matter. So, yeah. But don't put it on your resume if you don't got it. That's it.
For identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On Exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in Exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the Exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to Exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that Exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit Exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer Exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay. The witness just spoke of DDD. So why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is Exhibit CCC a slide page out of Exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll come in.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer Exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter Exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
You will need that. Yeah.
That the one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190?
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to that.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43, and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustain. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr.
This is
DeSogra
fascinating.
is that Mr.
Sorry, I'm not talking
DeSogra
much because I'm
took
listening here.
the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report. Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this.
He wants to add his.
What do you understand
his
Mr.
feelings on
DeSogra
this.
is doing with regard to this chart. Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
What's the objection?
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this.
He's like, I just want the answer. Stop throwing in your own bullshit. Please, for the love of God.
report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on. And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162.2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Gould.
So he's asking these questions in order to suggest it to the jury, and the jury can decide whether they believe the witness or not, right? So that's what that's about.
After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, reviewing the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
God,
So
he's
it is
frustrated.
correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your
So before he was just willing to answer questions. Now he's fighting every step of every single step. And you can see the difference, right? You can see this guy is now fighting him every step of the way.
May 8th report, the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in
I
front
do,
of you?
yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay, so you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare?
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay.
I didn't depart from it. I used a different method. Okay. All right, you weasel.
So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror, in your January 30 report, where you ever made that statement.
Sure. So it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed,
Wait.
quote, approximate time of
I'm accurate down to the second. Approximately.
3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is, and even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
After, can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event.
The licensed engineer, and this guy just keeps going, but that's not a user interaction, so I'm just gonna
Event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you for like the smallest
Let's take a
thing.
look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir,
I thought I heard knocking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Zora wagging a tail.
nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss
Nope, that was knock. So it was Mrs. Runkle, and it turns out that I earlier today I ordered a sandwich, and I got 2 sandwiches somehow. So
why you're not addressing that 3 second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3 second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no on that.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to. Sustained.
Do you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh God, this is tiresome. All right, let's cover super chats here. Mimi Lovegood Law. What do you think about Alessi continually calling Welcher a licensed engineer over and over again? He's still an opponent. How will that look when Alessi's trying to dismantle Welcher? I don't know his strategy for that, so we'll see. Mildred Katie, do we need a Get Ian a mini fridge fund? I have like a little micro fridge, but it died. So I'll show you the thing I've got. This was not a good purchase. I bought this thing. It's supposed to hold 6 cans. It never did a great job of cooling things off, and then it just died. So, yeah. Wait, what? It took me 10 years to get my bachelor's due to life circumstances. Never would have occurred to me to put it on my CV or LinkedIn. That's the thing. I took a long time to get my degree. Long, circuitous path. But it didn't go on my CV until I had it. And I mean, it went on the instant I had it, but, you know, it didn't go on until I had it. HDA, Runkle, you are the best. I almost wish Trooper Paul was testifying again so you could call him a shelf again. He might be there. Mildred Katie, took me 6 years and 2 schools for a BA, double major in English and theater with enough extra coursework in theater for a supplemental minor. Nothing wrong with how long you take. Just don't lie about it on your CV. Glendra Gardens, this will always be a pigeon head. Cannot not see, I guess. Your playground is contagiously funny. Cheers. Cheers. Q squared, pretty sure the Commonwealth is reacting to that moment in the hunt for Red October when the XO turns to the captain of the sub trying to sink the Red October and says, "You arrogant ass, you've killed us," just before their own torpedo kills them. Yeah. Kaylee, wow, Bev ruling fair. Who put Xanax in her Stanley? I don't think she's a Stanley person. Nikki Lewis, I wish they referred to these trigger events as 3-point turn and reverse versus constant repeating of numbers of the evidence points. Spell it out to the jury. I feel like experts, it's really easy for experts to be super confusing, and that you got to be careful with that. Tough Cookie, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Josh H., what is a licensed engineer? In many places, engineers need licensing, and yeah. All right. Oh, that's a dangerous thing. There's a feature to put the comments on the screen. I don't know why you'd want that. All right. there's a whole feature to put like every comment on the screen, and it's like, well, or the comments can just be in the comments section. That is also a place they could be.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is, I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins
Lots
with
of people do want
2
the
events
closed
near the
captioning.
time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus Infotainment Power On event and Techstream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of Techstream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that Techstream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a Techstream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do say
You see
collision.
use the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying Techstream event 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every text stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases. And
Basically, everything you've got now spies on you. And when I say spies on you, I mean in a very substantial way. So, I've given this example before, but like when I picked my phone up just now, the screen lit up. I'm not going to show you the screen because it's got some, well, I'll show you without showing you the notifications. Screen lit up. That got recorded as an event on my phone. Your vehicle records events for like everything you do in it if you've got a modern vehicle. All the modern era makes me want to move into the woods and like live with no cell phone and a car that is like, you know, that's from like, I don't know, 1970, right? Where the only way it can track a crash is there a dent in the front of it, right? So I'm just going, yeah, I just kind of feel that's where I want to be. So, yeah.
not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
It's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay, folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's 20 minutes.
All right, please.
Okay, so they're taking a short break. What's a short break qualify as? Looks like 15 minutes or so.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess? I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Jason
Correct.
Statham should play Leslie in the
A trigger data event doesn't mean without more that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So, Runkle, did you get that massage last week? I did. And I went in and I told the massage person, hey, my back is really messed up. And they went, oh, we hear that from everybody. And it did not take long before the massage person is like, your back is insanely messed up. And yeah. They were surprised both by my pain tolerance and by my yeah. It was a whole thing.
So
it did. I got to go back.
Did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
So this does not surprise me at all. He didn't look at the raw data at all. And the reason why, I'm guessing, is because this guy is not really... How do I put this? This guy is certified in operating a bunch of tools. And that also kind of makes him a bit of a tool himself. But so he's good to be he's good to operate these tools other people have built, but he doesn't seem to have any underlying expertise or knowledge. And that is its own, sort of issue there. So this is kind of the problem with things like Celebrite, is that they've created this market of people who are experts, but don't actually, if I'm guessing that if you showed this guy the raw data, he wouldn't know what to do with it. He wouldn't know how to break it down, how to understand it. So yeah, this is really common. Really common. And I've got the tens machine going now.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the near 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
Lexus now selling 10,000 above the Kelly's Blue Book used low miles. I wonder if people are buying Lexuses around this thing. I also saw this that I wanted to address. Colleen says, Brennan defended the beast that unalived my dad, so I can't stand the dude. Obviously. Fair enough. But what do you think about his skills as a lawyer overall? I think he is actually a fairly effective lawyer. His voice even makes me cringe. I think he is a fairly effective lawyer. I just don't like what he's doing. And I'd like him a lot better if he was on the a defense side, because a lot of the stuff he's doing is more acceptable when you're the defense. So, yeah.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but
So that sounds like countless to me then, if you don't know the exact count. He's like, well, I can't count them. And I'm like, oh, so you're hitting exactly the definition then. Great.
yes, there are a number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today.
Okay, that was a good line. That was a good line.
None of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Correct.
Huh. That's an excellent admission to get out of a prosecution witness. It's like, oh, nothing in there says collision. Cool.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir.
Let's talk about that soul patch. No, that's not where he's going.
In your direct examination, you referenced a Miss Maggie Gaffney. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word?
Her work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps, part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Ms. Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Ms. Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Ms. Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip-off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip-off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's see. Let's catch up here while they look for it. Jeff says nothing wrong with Stanley Cups. I hear they hold liquid terrifically. Stanley Cups are great, but yeah. Daniel Bossard, thank you for the 10 or 5 gifted memberships. Colleen 6570, thank you for the gift or for the YouTube membership there. And that looks like a lovely cat. Katie Hewling sat across from an incompetent lawyer all day unless he's a pressure.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it.
My opinion of Harvard lawyers might be lower than Rob's by
Burgess,
now.
if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I did.
You see that,
Yes, I see it.
sir? And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burgess is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No. So I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro SD
understood.
card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to see how Brennan tries to save this witness. Now, if I was Brennan, I probably wouldn't try to save him very hard. I'd probably move on. But I see from the time that it looks like he spends like an hour on that. So, ooh. Also, I see that I've got this. Crazy Cat Queen. Husband is a high school dropout. In 1982, joined the Air Force at 17. 1986, started his Bachelor of Science. Restarted university August 18th. Hurricane destroyed home of 6 weeks. We were in it. He was a scholar athlete, bowling team player coach, even with PTSD. Bachelor of Science, FSU 22 grad at age 59. Congratulations, Crazy Cat Queen. And Crazy Cat Queen husband. That is awesome. I should really set a goal, but we hit the scotch goal. So I'm gonna pour myself a little scotch here. And there we go. I'll give you my my still story, which you guys might appreciate or might not. I don't know. As the next goal here. Okay. Let's. So Daniel, thank you so much. Githralkin, any ideas on if the reverse event and collision event could have been Karen Reed getting stuck on the berm or curb and spinning her tires out to get unstuck and her Lexus jerking loose? I mean, I don't think that's been excluded at this point. I saw somebody in the chat saying, no, that's not possible, but I haven't actually heard testimony to that. So Daniel Bossard, I always start with EDB and finish with Runkle. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Mary Smith says, Runkle of the Homestead. Thank you. Minty Fret, Natalie Lawyer Chick says she likes comments on screen so you don't lose live chat on the video if you edit and repost. Thank you for all you do for people. That's a good thought, actually. Ms. Upper Thigh, is it proper for this expert to talk a bit about the defense's expert's report has even been presented to the jury? Isn't that for rebuttal? No, they can address it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yep, we'll move on here.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Mary, it's mostly just people like the goals. I don't have better goals to set, so that's what I set there. So yeah.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
So how did it get a degree on it that doesn't exist? It being out of date doesn't create a degree that doesn't exist, because it's not that it's out of date. This degree never existed, right? So it's not like this is an out of date problem. Like, out of date might be if he, like, you know, if he listed that he was, like, you know, president of the, you know, hair club for men or something like that. And then, you know, since then he's not been, like, you know, somebody else got voted in, and so he's not president anymore. And, you know, then that's out of date. That makes sense. But there was never a point in his life when I have this degree would have been a correct statement. There is no point ever that it would have been correct. So, yeah.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about,
I'm going to add to my CV, #1 YouTuber on YouTube by, you know, person with the most subscribers. And, you know, because it's aspirational that, you know, the stuff on your CV, it's stuff you're working towards. And you may not ever get there, and you may not ever have a realistic prospect of getting it. But that's how he rolls. Oh, I could start by asking the 3.5K watching to like this video and get it to at least 2K likes. Yes, please like this video.
Aperture's website. How many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in?
I haven't actually updated my CV in a while, but if I was suddenly applying for jobs, I would 100% put this channel on my CV. Like, because I want the, like, if I was going to work for a firm, I'd want them to know that it exists so they're not, like, freaking out about it later. And B, I kind of feel like they would, I kind of feel like it'd be an asset. So, yes.
And develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2000?
If I was on the jury, my thoughts regarding this guy would be, who the fuck is this guy? And I'm ready to fight other jurors if they think he's credible. I'm ready to fight them. And I'm only like 60% sure that I don't mean physically.
14.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
What year?
2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. (183). You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a
The other thing your CV should never include, your CV shouldn't include your face. Leave your picture off your CV. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Can we have exhibit 184?
See, the thing is that the currently pursuing is kind of sketch, because when you say I'm currently pursuing it, but you've been pursuing it for 17 years, like, this is less like I'm about to get this degree and more I am aspiring to have this one day. The other thing I'm just going to note here, it says currently pursuing. It doesn't say how, and you shouldn't put currently pursuing, like a degree you're currently looking to get isn't something that goes on your CV. Like, things you aren't yet don't go on your CV. For the same reason you don't put I am a corpse on your CV. You will be a corpse one day. All of us will. But you aren't a corpse yet.
Currently pursuing.
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this will be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have, yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you do. I
Can you
do,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification.
Oh, a 48-hour class. Well, shit. I mean, that's impressive if you've never gotten an education in anything. 48 hours? So, like, you got that done in a week? It's a week-long course? I'm going to a week-long conference in July. And it's not going on my CV because it's just a conference where I will learn things for my continuing education benefit. But it's a week-long course. That's not long enough to become a locksmith. That's not long enough to become... I don't think that's long enough to become a hairdresser. You know, like, okay. Dude, you went to, like, a forensics-themed sleepover. And...
There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification that is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or Bosch?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from.
So this sounds really fancy, but what this means is he knows how to hook a machine up to a car to pull information off of it. And then he knows how to read the output of a machine.
Airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle.
Or like this guy's counting conferences. I'm going to a conference later this year. I'm going to be there for a week. I am not counting that as, like, I'm not putting that down as anything here. Like, come on.
Forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree?
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent in this area? But you still pretended you had one online.
A prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates?
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. This they should have objected to if they don't.
Yes.
Stephen Jobs?
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
Yeah. Also, it's kind of false. But you know what the difference between Bill Gates and Steve Jobs? I mean, Oprah Winfrey's got a degree, so you can go fuck yourself, Brennan. But Bill Gates started a billion-dollar company. Steve Jobs started a billion-dollar company. Oprah Winfrey started a billion-dollar company. This guy, the only thing he's achieved is that he's really sweated up his underwear the past couple of days, right? Bill Gates dropped out. That doesn't mean that every dropout is Bill Gates. Christ. Yeah.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024?
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have, had you had a chance to actually?
Kalani saying the knocks on his education are beginning to hurt my feelings. I've worked hard to get where I am. The lying is unacceptable. Please remember, some of us did not have the opportunity to go. The thing is that I assume you're not testifying as an expert in a murder trial. And if you are testifying as an expert in a murder trial, I expect you to have expertise. Like, if this guy was testifying as a witness, like I saw, somebody, drive into somebody or whatever, like I saw, the incident, then nobody cares about any of this. But he's testifying in a highly technical field. And he's like, I don't know. This is the thing. And I mean, he's lying about it, but also he's testifying in a highly technical field and he doesn't have the credentials. He's just faking it until he makes it. So,
Inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when...
Why would you even go back to that? Brennan, just let it go. Why would you even go back to that? Jesus.
You had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake. Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then...
This is a hurt feelings rehabilitation. He's got some sad. He's trying to he's trying to take some shots to do all of this. So, yep.
Write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did
Can
you...
we approach, please?
Okay.
Oh, so I hit a goal here, and I'm going to tell you the story about the still. So, at the land I'm looking at, I am at the land I've got, one of the things is water supply, because of course there's no like city water, there's no anything. And so I'm trying to figure out how to have a lasting supply of water that doesn't involve me like trucking it in. So one of the things I want to do is there is a substantial supply of water in the form of a creek. And I want to, I want to go and like pull water out of the creek. But pulling surface water is risky because people have like cattle and so forth. So what I want to do is I want to build a still, partially because I think it's funny, partially because I think it'll be fun. But so the idea would be that I put all the water into, the still, it boils, and then it, and people are saying, are wells illegal in Canada? No, but wells are expensive, and I'm wanting to be cheaper. So, Emily is saying, what's a still? A still is a device that allows for, basically, you boil water, it turns to steam, and then you recondense it, and you get pure water. So, basically, what I'm hoping to do is get a permit for a still that is that just does water. And I don't want to do alcohol. I don't want to do anything like that. I just want to do water. So, and what I want to do is I want to build it into a rocket stove to make all of this like function. Finding out, so the law does allow for a still the law does allow for water stills, but trying to get the permit for that is insane. So, do you need a permit to distill water? You do. You need a permit to own the still to do it. So, yeah, I just gotta to do that whole fun thing. So, yes, that is a project here. And yeah, I'm not planning on distilling my own alcohol. I can buy alcohol. I just want to do water. I just want to do water. That's it. All right. Josh H. Didn't he say he never reviewed Welter's report? I thought he said he did, but I'm not sure. To the woods. Expert button pusher. Thank you. Mabel Quintanilla. Sorry. Hello, Ian. I'm terribly sorry for mangling your name. Sherry A. Green. Shouldn't the data show a collision when she backed into John's vehicle? Some of these things, what they save and what they don't save, yeah, just because I'm not blaming someone else. I'm just saying she made me do it. Mick of Time. He can always use his PI license to get a new career. I don't know if he's actually got a PI license. So, KH, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, which means... lots of green in the chat. Daffy9, for the laughs that make my days. Thank you. Josh H., why is Brennan coming out defensive about the sequestration order? Lawyers can still prep their witnesses. They can't talk about what happened. Hog Brennan's favorite forensic homeopath. Have you ever encountered a prosecutor as bad as Brennan? De-identified stories. I've encountered some prosecutors who were real bad. And, yeah, it was a whole thing. Would be easier to drop a shallow needle well in. You can do it yourself. Fair. Fair. This is all unforced error. Trooper Paul, they were stuck with. They paid for Shannon. This is why you voir dire, Brennan. Kind of. Equality out of date is like if his CV says currently pursuing and he actually graduated last year. This is the opposite of out of date. Yes. His CV is like a little bit of fantasy football. Nobody special. Make it #1 Twitch streamer and Iron Mouse cosplay. I don't know who Iron Mouse is. So, KH, it's unbelievable to witness the casualness by which SB addresses his own buffoonery. He's got a style. Hanky Tanky, his own case. This guy and his BS, shaking my head. Love your Runkle. Thank you so much. Rehab in progress. He's currently in preservation. Fair. Dispatch Debbie. Absolutely not. I've been pursuing mine for 40 years. Fair. Serenadia. Curious to know his GPA in this pursuit. I might have asked. Mary Smith. Might be long enough to become a cop. Different places have different requirements on that. Q squared. 6 months for hairdresser, I believe. Often hairdresser requires more than becoming a cop, believe it or not. Katie Hewling, for the goal and in loving memory of the finger I've accidentally stabbed to death while sewing during the stream. Sorry about that. Jerv, it's a fact. A BS is not required to be competent at BS. The world wonders. Bold move comparing a guy who can't tell bits from bytes to Bill Gates. I feel like Bill Gates can tell the difference. James Phipps, what's the over-under on his hotel minibar tab? I hope Aperture's not covering that. Susan Campbell, you're hilarious tonight. Thank you for the entertainment. Thank you. Thank you for joining me. Glennie Clifton, thank you for the YouTube membership. I'm glad I didn't drive you away here. Mary Smith says, this is not about elitism. It's about lying. If he lies on his resume to look better to his boss and / our clients, is he lying to the jury? Yep. He put himself open by being there and doing this. Absolutely. Sandy notes, my husband is an accident reconstructionist expert, and he has no college degree. He's law enforcement and has 9 expert level courses in the field. College degree isn't necessary in this field of study to be an expert. This guy isn't an accident reconstructionist. This guy is dealing with technical stuff. And the problem with the technical stuff experts is that if the only thing their expertise is good at is is basically reading back the results of other programs, then they start to fail when they get into disputed data or difficult data. Billy's Momzilla, my husband's grandma made a still in the Canadian-Japanese internment camp. It wasn't for water. I can believe that. John Moore, 4 liters of water to a kilo of grain for the still. I'm not using any grain. I'm just using water. Guys, quit judging. He pledged his BS. Thank you. By the way, hairdresser's license, 48 hours a week for 9 months, then 2-day exam, practical and written in Illinois, and the clients can really be difficult. Fair. Here for it. Thank you for the YouTube membership. Hairdresser's licenses actually tend to be fairly tough to get a hold of. So, yeah. Okay. Let's keep going here.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
If I showed you,
Seriously, I just wanted for water. I just wanted for water. I wanted for water up for my RV so I can run it through. All right.
your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
I'll find some.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
You had to be schooled. Schooled was the wrong word there, Brennan. When it was suggested that our witness had to be schooled by the defense. Yeah, no, that was not the word you wanted.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error. Was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and you put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few
I don't
times
have
to
any
look at the
pizza
photographs
brands at the moment.
before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this?
Brennan's trying so hard to save this witness, and I'm like, I don't see where any of this is actually going anywhere, but okay.
Case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module,
Forensic tool is also this guy's nickname at work.
identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
How would they not be applicable? Applicable, which is an interesting way of phrasing it. How would they not be applicable when we're looking at, like the clock shouldn't be jumping all over the place. If you can find a clear data point at some place that connects everything, then shouldn't that just link everything up? Like, shouldn't that be fine? I'm not sure what his issue is here. So yeah, we'll see.
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 1.
But shouldn't you be able to determine like how far off those two clocks are, and then to establish what the difference is? Like, this does not seem like it should be hard. It seems like you should be able to establish one consistent time and how much the other things are off from it.
154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so this was triple D for identification. That would be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report.
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. Where do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
I'm like, when is he gonna actually recover something?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. Here we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we can see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example
yes,
of
but no.
comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting. That is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page, again, is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
If we turn to the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using,
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concerns.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it used.
Jesus Christ, dude. Can you not read the fucking objection? Potentially misleading to the jury. Objection, move to strike. And he's like, so it was potentially misleading to the jury. Objection, move to strike. And he's like, oh, I better figure this out. I guess I'll just say that it was potentially misleading to the jury. You can see why it took this guy 17 years to not get a degree when he's unable to figure this shit out. Yeah. Lucy, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Oh my God, I want to yell at things. And so instead of yelling at things, I'm going to pause a moment to go and grab dog treats so that I can give some treats to the dogs, because I think we all need that right now. So I'll be right back. Okay, so we've got at least one dog here. We're just going to do that. Oh, there's a second one. He's in the background. Potter, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, you great big monster. There you go. There you go. Zora, sit. Oh, good sit. Okay, you can have a second one if you do this. There you go. Okay, good pups. Good pups. Off you go. She's like, I don't want to. You still got the treat bag. They are such lovely little monsters. I am caught up on that. Okay. I love those little two twerps to bits. So when we took them off into the forest, they were both super nervous. Zora chilled out a lot sooner than Potter did, but Potter really did like walking. He didn't like hanging out with. He didn't like hanging out in the forest, but when it got to time to like go for a walk, he was like, "Ooh." The small one is Zora. So Potter was the one who got his one treat and then was like, I'm out. Peace. But yeah. What is with this community and our obsession with pets? Pets are better than people. That's the thing. Okay.
Uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done is
Also
they're
true.
comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on, happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
So it took me a second when he said your finger on the button, and I was like, oh, right, not everyone drives an old car, because the car I drive, you turn the key and it turns on. And then I'm like, oh, right, when I rent a car and it's a new car, you push a button. That's a different thing. So, yeah.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case, the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, we could enlarge that. Is that as well from your report?
Tell us what you really feel.
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So
why should it matter if it's closer in time? These are all clocks. They should measure a second as a second, right? Okay.
Once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare. And again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
What? I find this hard to I'm not saying it's not true. It might be true, but I find it very hard to believe because I'm sitting here going, how does that even work? Are these not are these clocks not are they that shitty? Are they that awful that they... The thing is when a clock runs fast or slow, assuming you're not talking about some super antiquated gears clock, typically when we say something's running slow, we just mean it's behind. We don't actually mean it's running slow. Because shouldn't a digital clock keep the same time? Like, that just seems weird to me. That seems very odd.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, at 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first time, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way
He's
to
not allowed to
synchronize
just
2
keep
separate devices?
recapping the,
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
And was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
If we could go to the next slide, please.
he's basically asking him
Is
to
this a similar or
testify to
different
what
slide?
DeSogra
Sure. So this is
knew.
a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call. And this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning. when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21.
So with 221,218, he's like, we want the 16 or 21.
We see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know.
At this point, we're into this should have been on your direct, not your redirect, but okay.
That's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
You turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments?
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this.
Man, he's losing
and it's
me.
also done with the 3-second delay as well, adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone
This really ought to have been on his direct, not his redirect.
calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame, and that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we're interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds.
This expert doesn't even know what he's talking about. Great, wonderful, fantastic. He's like, I'd have to go check the other slides. It's like, oh shit, he can't even follow it. All right.
After the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Can we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is, again, kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
If I'm on the jury, I suspect that what I've got out of this is that this guy got destroyed on cross. He lied a bunch about his credentials, and all of this is boring and probably bullshit.
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us.
Oh man, this trial is something else, isn't it? Sandy says, "Great point, Ian. Nothing for love for you. I assume that's nothing but love for you. So thank you." Sandy also says, "For the treat fund." Patty Hoffman, "My puppers want to see your puppies." Just because Disogra, not Disorga. This drove me crazy the first time, and it continues to drive me crazy. It's going to continue that. Josh H. Weren't Karen Reed's iPhone calls part of his January 30th report? Yeah, until for some reason he felt the need to update his report. just because. Meanwhile, he used the calls to sink in his own January 30th report. Remember, if it's that unreliable, why'd you use it already? Yep, Glamasu's John O'Keefe's phone disconnected from Karen's Wi-Fi in the Lexus at 12:30 a.m. Shannon never accounts for the 36 steps that John took after exiting the Lexus. M3, I require a martini during this redirect. I could go for a martini, but I think I don't know how much booze I'm going to drink. John Scott, he keeps saying defense expert was misleading. Sir, your credibility has been killed for me. I don't care what you find misleading anymore. He really wanted to say misleading the jury. Josh H. Brennan is literally impeaching Dr. Welcher's report. Sandy, another donation. Why? Because Zora and Potter need their own donation. Zora and Potter are so cute. Jerf, he's a turtle on top of a fence post. You know he didn't get up there by himself. He doesn't belong. He doesn't know what to do. He's elevated beyond his ability to function. And you wonder what kind of moron put him there. Classic, but yes. Michigan Farm Boy. The still is for water, for now. Also, off the top, he had to be schooled for a bit. K-Rab, I bet when we hear from Mr. DeSogra, we learn he actually has at least a bachelor's and hasn't been lying about seeking one for 17 years. That's the thing that's exceptional. K-Rab, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Jeremy Morton, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Bev sitting on the scales. I would run a 1 minute mile only for clock variance. Mary Smith, smart devices rely on cell towers and stuff to determine your time zone and sync your clock to that time. That's why if you travel, it'll change. Yep. Gwynny Bly, clocks may sync multiple times an hour, which keeps resetting the time drift. He explains it horribly. Hope this helps. Fair. Project Calm, Grok confirmed that several papers exist forensically. Typically, the error to the master clock is within plus or minus 50 milliseconds. Arca has all they need. Amber C. I thought Karen Reed called OJO while at the house or soon after pulling away. That would have given clocks for both devices in the Lexus. Yes, but not the clock he wants. I talk about Bruno. Thanks, Miss Runkle and Mrs. Runkle and Potter and Zora. Peyton Weismiller. Thank you, Ian. Thank you. Derek, ask AI about time drift. Connected devices are synced. Fair. Tammy Lynn, Brennan was pissed that Arca couldn't get their stuff together in voir dire. He knew this was coming. This is a whole big thing. You don't just have a violent German Shepherd, not react or bark or even need to poop or pee or eat in the AM when there's a body in the front yard and emergency response everywhere. I can't get like a mail delivery without Zora going nuts. All right, sounds like they're going for lunch. Okay. Here they are coming back after lunch.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it, look at any part of it, okay, and look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the three-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the three-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the three-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the three-point turn, as well as the end of the three-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end?
No. None of this is helpful. I am not helped. I am entirely unhelped.
Point of that 3-point turn?
It does. So if you recall yesterday, the first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of the circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
In that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? And before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
They really needed to figure out a better way to present this to a jury. Oh my God. Okay.
Okay.
Is the information in this chart or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We'll start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
In the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. Could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range and the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Oh, this guy's killing me. Christ.
Objection, Your Honor. I appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no?
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside that, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh. Christ. Josh H., shouldn't a 3-point turn have 3 heading changes? I mean, you'd think that's kind of the whole nature of it. Tammy Lynn, my 4-year-old grandson graduated high school while this happened. Congratulations. He should put that on his CV. Ooh. All right, this is
iPhone. Was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. We're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds, and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12.
Oh, man,
and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question? So I
Sure. You said a
understand?
window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure. Yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering
And
event.
what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
I do not recall. Oh,
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with
Really?
his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32 and 04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, you have around this time
if you set your drinking game to the phrase text stream data, please, like, I hope your next of kin were warned.
Any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again.
Okay, so what did the jury get out of that? A headache. That's what the jury got out of that. Oof. That's certainly what I got out of that. That was something special. Whew. All right. We're going to take it back down to 1.25.
Evidence, the following pages. Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, loud.
I thought he was done. No.
Thank you.
This guy's hair is some sort of engineering masterpiece. I know I shouldn't. It's so odd what it's doing on the side there. I don't know what.
I have no further questions.
Great. Once we get these, I'll help you.
All right, now it looks like there's some recross.
A, B, and C.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Who? That question. Yeah, that question is: you are in a skyscraper and you're seeing a plane trying to land about 10 floors below you. Ooh. That question I got like sympathetic puckering on because yeah. Whew.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And
I thought he said he didn't
Did
do
you
accident reconstruction.
provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Somebody went through and somebody pulled like every case he's ever been in. Who? By the way, if Alessi lands this, he will have had more Matlock moments in this trial than many lawyers have in their entire career.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
Is it EEE for ID?
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure. As
Thank
long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take it even farther.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you, Your Honor.
So you got to show the
I
other
believe I
lawyer,
did what
just
I want to
so,
make
And just let me know if we need to move.
just so the other lawyer knows what you're doing, right?
Can I mark
and
each
if
of
they
these for
need to object and all of
identification?
Yep.
Let me just get one first. If I could see that back and for report, I want to see if this is the second page for that. It is, so it can be marked as one document for identification.
Is it FFF for ID?
I reach over you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed is represented in EEE as a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And so under education,
This is a downside to having the picture on that. Oof.
I would
The objection's sustained.
Right. Do you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor. I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Whew. My muscles are hurting, so I'm doing using the tens machine, and it's not hurting. Derek says, "What does this prove? Seriously?" He was going through a whole lot. Derek says, "As a professional nerd, I don't understand this. I feel like there's a lot of smart people who walk through that going, Michigan Farboy, Brennan ending with a super technical, did they happen around the same time, is nowhere near accurate to the second. Yep, Kelly B. Jury knows that Jen could not have been seen them sitting in the yard at 12:45, and he was definitely lying in the yard when they left at 1:30 or so. But no, Morgan, I'm confused. Thought there was surrebuttal, and then Morgan says was no surrebuttal. There's a recross, but I don't know if there's a surrebuttal because we haven't gotten there. All right. Paul doesn't look happy. Did you see that Aperture's removed the expert witness indicator from his profile on the website today? I'd say he's likely unemployed soon. Again, I don't think they're going to fire him mid-trial, but they might fire him afterwards. So, I mean, if it was me at Aperture, I'd tell him like, "Hey, you're fired. Please leave all of your company property. We'll have somebody send you a box, but we're going to need all of your company property. Your laptop, your key fob, that tuft of hair, all of that stays with us. That's ours."
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to be a little close in proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
at Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
He's basically he's like trying to make sure this guy can't weasel out on, "I didn't know this was going on."
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to
it's almost always
Exhibit
zero.
EE for identification with these court filings, etc. Even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp or is it different from the timestamp at the top of exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status as an expert witness consisted of exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
Objection.
You need one more step, Mr.
And sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it.
Can I have a briefing?
Yes, come on up.
Yeah, she's like, I'm going to allow it because I think the judge wants to see where this is going, and Brennan definitely does not. Brennan so doesn't want to see where this is going. He's like, please let us not find out where this is going. Oh my God. I'm loving it. I'm pretty sure the judge is like, yep, I want to see it. We don't need to see them.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence exhibit EEE and exhibit FFF for identification
As one exhibit?
as one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that.
And that would be the order.
Exhibit 193.
Thank you. May I hand to the
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page.
Oh, Alessi is super excited, and so am I, and I'm taking this down to 1 speed.
Which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to...
So he's saying it was aspirational, but you didn't know you're going to get it until you got it.
May I keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witness?
Also, you said you were going to get it in 2024. It's 2025 now. I'm just checking my watch, and the watch says 2025. And still no degree there. So that wasn't accurate when you said you would have it in 2024, was it?
As needed, thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion.
Oh man, I love the way he's laying
And sir,
this out.
if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I
And
did.
your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
And that was under oath, wasn't it, motherfucker? I think I've got a bumper for this. I just got to find it. Did I delete it? Nope. Here it is. I got a couple of them. So, or maybe this one. Maybe this is the more appropriate one. Ooh. Yeah, that's this guy's making some choices.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is do is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing
I do
after
not.
it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
So why didn't you graduate at your expected graduation date, son? I got a question. I got a question. Whew.
Okay, so this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184. You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustain.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So
Correct.
the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustain.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
This is
You stated again,
this is
sir,
rough.
that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor.
It's an error that you filed in court, my dude. You don't just get to oopsie doodle in court. Yeah. So yeah. Ooh.
of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Known to who?
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
That's it, Mr. Le-
And you testified under oath that this had not happened. You testified under oath that this was not a thing. Oh,
Leslie, you have- Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
oh, you want to try to fix that? Okay. Okay.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Oh.
well, strike that.
Okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024,
Why didn't you? Why? What happened? Like, I want to know what happened. Was this something like, some accident of circumstance? Okay, no big deal. Like, it happens to people. Or was this something like, a bunch of his courses weren't honored? Like, what is the deal here? What? I gotta know. Like, tell me what the thing is. I need to know. Okay.
as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Yes.
Sure. So
Objection, Your Honor, still.
No, I'm going to allow it.
This is the first time I've been like, thank you, Judge, for allowing this. Because I'm like, I want to know.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever
Oh, that's a weasel
represent
answer.
to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your
Objection. That's some bullshit.
behalf?
Objection, Your
The
Honor.
objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a whole thing. Okay.
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
Yeah, we'll watch the clips.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own was Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
I'd like to next play clip 25.
Wait, who the fuck cares about that?
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, 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 as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on the night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door, and you hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
Okay. Brennan.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission of the evidence, Ron.
Oh, good. That's important. Got to have those clips.
194. The next witness, this one.
Yes, sir. On call, Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand. Pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed.
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items.
Okay, so that's all she really gets to, is that she was given some glass to do some comparison. I gotta say, I like the horn rim glasses. Like, that is that's kind of a style to bring back. So props on that. All right, so that's about all we get out of her that's useful. So yeah, she might be interesting tomorrow, but she's not interesting today. Because they basically get through her introduction. They're starting to get to questions, and then it's like, I got time to go. So, all right. Tammy Lynn, ARCA is coming. Yes, but that'll be a ways out. John Moore, I still suspect Aperture is supporting the CV padding. They could bill more for a BS expert than certs. Used to see it with tech certs all the time. I don't know if they are or aren't, but Greg says, I'm sorry, but this guy using false degrees in CVs to make a living putting an innocent woman in prison forever. Roasting his hairline is fair, in my opinion. Fair. Different people have different lines on that. Amber C, fun fact, Welcher is an EVP at Aperture. Well, we haven't seen Welcher yet. Ice Babe, did you happen to watch the video from Microdots from yesterday? I have not had time. I'm curious as to what people think. It's pretty short. Can we possibly watch together? I generally don't watch other people's stuff unless I've got their specific permission. Morgan, I too have aspirations. Much like my competitive weightlifting career, his didn't quite work out. When he says, like, life got in the way, it's like, dude. Dude. What does that even mean, right? So, AG, motion for pigeon business. Twice, please. We can do pigeon business, I think, once. There we go. He had a baby. Okay. I mean, I would crawl across the finish line when I got there, so yeah. Derek, I've worked with someone that lied on their resume, and they are trash to me. Fair. K-Rab, Aperture website now says BS Mathematics and Business Admin, no dates, no school. They knew. Reasonable Doubt, FKR, from his Aperture profile right now, Education BS, Mathematics and Business Administration AS, Computer Networking. There's a lot of BS on his profile. Githralkin, if he changed his CV to currently pursuing, then he knew what was given to this court. Yep. Lady Fang, late tax because I'm not sharing my sushi with anyone. I'll mostly be replay crew, but guessing today is an absolute disaster too. Good sushi is a whole thing. Morgan, he scampers away with the remnants of his career. Fair. AG, people lie on resumes all the time, but lying on your CV when your job carries the requirement of swearing to your credentials under oath is brazen. Yep. I mean, if I am petty, if I'm petty, and you know I am, I would pull transcripts if I could on that. If there's like if he testified under oath, I'd try to pull the transcripts and see if he confirmed that degree under oath. And if he confirmed that degree under oath, I would send all of that to police for prosecution. So I would like that is how petty I am. So Michigan Farm Boy, Bev, thank you, Mr. Burgess. Please get out of my courtroom. Also, Burgess, currently pursuing new job. So, yeah. Against the ties, his life got in the way for me when I was trying to become a paralegal, but I don't put it on my resume. Yeah. EDB said that was a no-no. Which? Pulling the transcripts? I mean, you can't do it mid-trial to gain advantage in the trial. That would be unethical. But you could do it after the trial, just as a, or at least under my ethical rules. So, Michigan Farm Boy. Oh, yeah, we just read that one. So, all right. So, my back is killing me, and I need to get some sleep before we before we do this again tomorrow, because there's going to be more tomorrow. So, thank you all for joining me. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow will likely be more recappy as opposed to, watching the whole thing. And yeah, we will. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Student records are usually private. Yes. When I say transcripts, I don't mean his grades. I mean anything he testified to under oath in that previous proceeding, to see if he testified to having the BGS, right? To see if he testified to having the degree, or what he testified to in terms of like what his degree status was. So that's what I mean by transcripts, not his grades, because his grades, that's I don't care. If it wasn't testified to, if it wasn't in court, then yeah. Gunny Bunny says inversion table. I will look into that. So, all right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, all.